Checking your physique, I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody, I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome back to another stream, building Muster Minutes. And last night, actually deployed it. We kind of ticked everything off our list yesterday for deploying. I say deploy, it's live on production. There's a production environment set up. I still have the feature flag turned off, preventing people from being able to actually play. I think there's still a couple of bugs, still a couple of things that I need to really resolve before we can unlock that. So I'm going to keep crushing it, keep working on it, and picking up where we left off. But generally, all the things that we were working on yesterday are kind of picked off. I can go on to GitHub, and we can see that issue that I was working on yesterday. I closed it off yesterday. Deploy Muster Minutes. The last thing we had to do was finish setting up Stripe. I also set up the PostHog has separate environments now. So if I go to posthog.com or eu.posthog.com, we can see in here we have Muster Minutes production and Muster Minutes development, and already you can see here kind of what's going on. This anonymous user here that we can see 4 minutes ago, that's me here. If I sign in, just need to put that in there. We sign in, we're signed in. That should update in here. Comes the same user, and we can see their sessions being recorded as well. We can go into people. There's only the one user at the moment, me, on there, and then the events. You can kind of see all of the different events that have been going on. And yeah, if we go in here, I've got some minutes already transcribed and created. This is the Hello Cutie Pie example, but that's in there. And if I come back, I've also got the test meeting, which has a transcription but doesn't have the minutes. And if I go back to all meetings, the last one, this one I've uploaded, but I actually haven't got it transcribed yet. So the pay button, not there, because I've got the feature flag turned. So PostHog is set up, Stripe is also set up. I actually took a payment yesterday. We go into our Stripe dashboard. What you'll see in here is my own payment. So you can see here yesterday 30 pence I paid to have that transcribed. The payout was 9p. So for that 30 pence, obviously cost 21p on Stripe's charges. So we won't be doing that too often. We probably need a way of bypassing it in production, like a discount code or something, to be able to kind of mark it as free. But we'll figure that out. Or a back end for me to go in and modify some of those. I can also do it through the Rails console, to be fair. But yeah. So Stripe works. That payment has been taken from my account. That was a real payment. Obviously, I couldn't stream that because that would be mostly just the credit card form being filled in with my details. So yeah. Now you can see here user signed in, events coming from PostHog Ruby and PostHog. That's all really cool. Now we did see a couple of issues while we were doing some stuff the last couple of days, and actually AppSignal has been a big help there. I again have different environments set up for production and development here. Go into production and go issue list. You can see here we have an issue at the front end around reading the marks, and an issue with the orders controller that we had around when you don't set the duration in time. And then there should also be another issue, maybe that's tracked in development. Here. That's the editor. If we go into issues, I've actually moved some of those over. So you can see there's a couple here created by AppSignal and one of them created by me while I was going through the payment flow yesterday. So we'll take a look at what issues we've got and then figure out what we're going to work on. So the issues we've got is the transcription editor is broken. So this came in from AppSignal. We've seen it a couple of times when you press enter at the end of a new line. It does this like can't read the marks. Don't know what's going on. Need to figure that out. What else have we got? We've got the reload the record meeting after recording. Reload meeting after recording when payment completes. So at the moment, one of the, like, this is written a bit weird. Maybe I was, you know, a bit tired last night. Reload meeting up when after payment completes is something we need to do. There's like a task. What's happening here is before we were using the like Stripe trial test credentials, so we put those in and it does the payment instantly, and so the page already has updated by the time we get there. But one of the things I noticed last night is actually we're taking real payments. They can be sometimes asynchronous and sometimes take a little while to come through, so we kind of need to have our page do a little bit of a pending payment loading state until the payment completes. We need to figure that out. That'll be something we need to work on. And then if I go into issues again, what other issues we got? We've got this error when trying to check out before the audio is now analysed. So if you're a bit too quick on the clicking of the analysis of the audio hasn't been done, then payment fails because we can't work out what the price of the audio should be until we've analysed the length of the audio. So that's something we also need to consider. There's probably a couple of things combined there that we can merge. You know, this reloading very much feels like if anything to the meeting changes, we need to refresh that page. I wonder if we update Turbo 8. It's in beta, but you know, we're in beta. They can be in beta, you know. Do I want to work on the transcription editor today? I don't know if I want to work on the transcription editor today. That feels like a pain. No. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to work on one of these two issues. I think I can combine these in a way. They both feel like they're about reloading the state. We kind of need to know when the audio has been analysed. That's going to be interesting. I'm curious, like, whether we get any kind of update on the analysis of the audio. Does it touch us when the audio gets analysed? Well, we switch back to our code and we look at it's called duration, but what's it on it? It's on the recording. File.metadata. So really we're looking at the file. This file here. If I was to load up a new window. And what was it? It was file. We grab a recording. If we do Rails C. And then once we're in here, we can do recording.last. Last.file. That's an active storage attached one object. Does that active storage analysis? This is exactly the issue. So what happens here? Like analyzing an active storage blob should touch all of the models that the blob is attached to. The model is untouched. Touch models after active storage blob is analyzed. When using active storage attachment, so what changed here? So when using the storage attachment, I've noticed it forcefully sets touch true to the parent record whenever it's saved. This leads to a after update callbacks on the parent being invoked twice. In use cases where versioning, e.g. a paper trail gem is employed, so results in two versions being created instead of just one. Okay, so what did they change something here? What was the... Was there, it was closed, but like what was the resolution of this issue? What you're referring to as a bug is not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah, I mean that feels right. Like I feel like they've just closed this because this, like, they think it's a bug. Repito. Robert thinks it's a bug, you know, but actually it's not, because there are two different versions. The analyze job has new data. So do not touch records. Okay, so there is this. I do want it to touch though. I think touch is the default. The behavior may not be desired. Let's assume it is touched. Well, this should be touched. And then this belongs to a meeting, which I actually think this should also touch true. So if the recording is updated, the meeting gets updated. And it has a transcription, so the transcription should also, I think, probably touch the recording. So I'm kind of getting to this point where if anything of the meeting changes, I want it to update the meeting. And then this meeting should get updated, right? And then that's good. I think one of the things I now will need to do is, you know, it'd be interesting actually, because will this work in all circumstances? Because we have the account scope. I think it will. I think it'll be okay. Okay. So this is our meeting. And now basically if the recording changes, which it will if the recording becomes paid, then it will update. Once the recording is analyzed, this will update as well. So we kind of need to deal with a bunch of stuff here. Also, this is still a mess. I really need to come here and tidy this up. It's mostly this chunk here, like that. That's the mess. Because it's kind of dealing with like this, and then it's dealing with that. And these don't really exist unless there's that. And there's like nested if-else conditions like that. I think the nested if-else conditions is probably the big chunky part. I actually wonder if like all of this section is the recording, right? Let's yank that and then just see, like, if we go back, find recordings, and then do a new like underscore recording.html.eib. I think this makes sense. Okay. And then delete there. And then recording.meeting. And then delete there. And then meeting show. Is that it? 8J change. And then we'll just do like render partial recordings. Recording. Or perhaps we just do render meeting dot recording. I think that's correct. And then we're working locally, so we'll switch back to our development. We will find the one that's like with a recording. Is it this one? That's paid, right? So test. We'll upload our audio. And then it says not currently available. That's in here, right? This is all covered here. If it's paid, you get the button to record, otherwise you don't. And make that clearer that it's separate, maybe that'll help. And then what are we doing in here? I don't think we have to do too much. I think it was just so if there's no recording present, we need to give you a form to upload the recording. If there's no transcription present, then we need to give you the recording. That sounds a little bit odd. I actually wonder if it's like the transcription form. But then the transcription form would take what? The recording? Feels a bit odd. I mean, I guess it makes sense, kind of. I don't know, I can't work out how to do the partials here. So the main bit that I'm actually trying to do is there's two things. There's this, which is I need to make sure that audio has been analyzed before I can render this button. I wonder if I turn this into a helper. Like I could turn this into a... I think this is fine for now. I guess let's just make it more complicated first, and then I can tidy it up once I've got stuff to tidy up with. Sometimes that's easier. If I go in here, so I have the button to pay. Well, I can't show the button if recording.file metadata. Like, how do I know if there's metadata? Cannot convert nil class into an exact number, and that's because we come back here in a second. What file was this in? This is in our order controller line 18. So if we go to so this is line 18 at recording.duration. And if we go to our recording file, it's like file.metadata duration is nil. Else processing metadata. I wonder if, yeah, let's see what happens now. So if I delete this recording, I upload a new one. It still says it's not available. That's because we're inside this feature flag. So let's turn off that feature flag. That's on. We go to EU host hog, and then we'll switch over to our development instance, and then we'll go down to feature flags, and we will enable that feature flag. Now if I refresh, play button's there. If I come back out of here, select the file, create the recording, play button's still there. It's obviously doing that very quickly. What if I pick the larger file? It could well be caching if it knows those files already in length. So perhaps we need a new audio file. People talking, WAV file. I don't want muffled. Speaker. Hello?
What can I do for you?
What can I do for you? Sure, I don't know what's in there, but move from the downloads. What was that file called? What can I do for you? Into /spec fixtures files. And then if I close that and choose a file, it should be there. So if I create the recording, hey, it's still there straight away. Recording.duration. Let's yank that, change that, and then do P. Control yes. There's the duration there.
What can I do for you?
Duration's empty there, so it's... And then it's there. So like in all of that time, while that duration isn't there, you get the error. You have to wait until the duration's complete. So our code is kind of heading in the right direction, but for some reason this nil doesn't work. I need to learn the difference. That says processing metadata. So choose a file, hello cutie pie, create the recording, processing metadata. That's what I kind of expected. Although, I don't know, I don't think present is the right term either. Because there's the duration, right? Changing a word, present. Now it doesn't work. I want ChatGPT to just give me a bit of a hint towards some of this stuff. So, like, I'm using Rails. What's the difference between present, nil, and there are others like it, right? What ones? Empty, blank. If it's nil. Empty is a good one. Blank. There's a lot. So I feel like it's either empty or blank. Present, I think, is more for active record. Present is the opposite of blank. It's present if it's not blank. Okay. This should be true because it is present, and therefore we should see the duration listed and the pay button. But I could do like if it's not empty. Undefined method empty. I would like to see recording.file.metadata, you know. I want to see what's that is if it's nil. So it does have like analyzed. Okay, so I can do, are these, it's a hash, right? So I have to maybe I can just do that if that's analyzed. Then shows that. If I delete recording, upload a recording, what can I do for you? Processing metadata, then it's analyzed. Okay, cool. That works. So I upload a recording, whatever it might be. It says processing metadata, and then at some point you refresh it and it's processed and it's been analyzed and it touches. That's like the next part. How do I get the meeting to re-render everything when there's been updates, right? Kind of want to do that. I actually do think refreshing the page is probably the best bet here with Turbo Morph. I think that's probably the best option. Analyzing audio. So you create your file, upload it, analyzes it, then you can pay. I actually think I'm also going to remove, I'm going to add a little issue in here. Once you have translated, once you have transcribed, paid to transcribe a recording, the recording probably shouldn't be able to be deleted. Once you pay to transcribe a recording, the recording probably shouldn't be able to be deleted. Deletable. Good. Delete the whole meeting. Meeting probably shouldn't be destroyed. Should probably only be discarded. We should consider using the discard again. For this, I'm kind of thinking like, okay, if you've paid to do a transcription, it should be quite hard to actually destroy it from the database. Maybe we'll destroy it after it's been discarded for 30 days or whatever. Maybe we can build a system for that. But if someone accidentally deletes something and I can't get it back, oh, that would be a pain. So we'll discard it and then we'll destroy it after a period of time. And we'll just make sure that's in any terms, conditions and stuff that we've got, and then maybe have an option to see what you've discarded and destroy it yourself manually with appropriate warnings saying you're not going to get this back. So that's something I was thinking about, but that's kind of a separate thing. And just while we're using this delete button, I was like, you know, this delete recording button could be a problem at some point. Same with this delete here, to be honest. So this is like discard and then, yeah. This delete here at this point can be delete, but once you've paid, no more delete. What you've paid for is locked in. This is almost more of a change, like, oh, actually, no, I've got the wrong file, I'll upload this. But for this one, you should not be able to delete this recording anymore. This is tied to this transcription, which we have. And also, if I delete the recording, the transcription gets deleted because it's got the cascade there, so. Yeah, right. Let's do 25th Jan. So, we're back into Turbo Land. We want to stream, right? And we've got these options. We can append, we can prepend, we can replace, we can update, we can remove, we can before, after, we can do all sorts of things. But actually, like, I want to... I mean, I guess it's mostly contained within here, but I don't really have the meeting as one specific thing. And so I am debating, so Turbo 8. Turbo 8 in 8 minutes. Do I switch to version 8 beta 3? It's in a pre-release. There could be, you know, some side effects here. Beta 3. I wonder if anyone has Turbo 8 beta 3. You can use that. A neat trick to prevent line breaks between inline text and trailing or leading icons. This is interesting. What's this? Oh, I've opened Twitter. This is a... Avoid travelling through Algeria. No. I mean, there. He's got to finish it. Anyway. Sidetrack, but this is interesting. This is a useful thing to know. When you have these kind of things and you want them to be not joined, you can do a non-break space. This is the same as doing the at NBSP. Adds an extra space. Format not stitched together. Yeah, it needs to have no space between the thing. Actually, how is that interesting? Because like the new line, and I guess it takes away then the new line. Yeah, MBSP would be like non like. Okay, so that's a 0 width non-breaking space. Fair enough. Cool. What are we going in here? We need the. Again, I've loaded Twitter and I'm reading a bunch of stuff. Turbo. I want to see if anyone has done anything with Turbo 8. Use Turbo 8. Migrated to Turbo 8. Has anyone done anything? Why Turbo is 8? Turbo 8. I mean, let's just do it. Let's see how we upgrade to it. I'm assuming I need to do something with my import map. bin/import map. Pin. Turbo. I'm wondering if I can pin a specific version. Bin import map. Outdated. I'm curious as to what this is going to come up with. Is it doing something? Is it doing something? Hello. I ain't got all day. Bin/import map help update. Can I? Just updates package. Bin/import map pin. Fine. Handbook reference. You know, most libraries just say, oh, here's how you install this. You just npm install or whatever. But this one, no. And obviously Turbo Rails, does that also have like a version 8 that I need to consider? That's a 2.0. So if we look at our gem file, we've got Turbo Rails. Okay. And then if we look at our import map, we've got Turbo Rails there as well. At hotwide/turbo-rails. So if we version 8, and that looks like we've got stimulus there at a specific version as well. So like, let's do hotwide. See, interesting. That's turbo-rails. Whereabouts is? Is it just that in there? We've got turbo. Okay, fine. So Turbo Rails is just there. So it isn't. We don't use this directly. We use Turbo Rails, which is here, which is version 2, beta 3. And if we look at this, no, maybe not that. There's the full change log. And then we can look at the diff, I suppose, and we can see that it's using I imagined that there would be I suppose this one. What did he do here? Does it just literally add that entire dump of Turbo 8 into it? Fine. So we're looking for that 2.0 beta 3. We then go into here. I guess we do bin import map bin import map in at hotwired turbo rails at. Let's see what it does. Can't find any packages on JSPM. Versions. I mean, that's 8.0.0 beta 3, right? Okay, and it looks like 8.0.0 beta 3. Gemfire? Oh, not Gemfire. Oh yeah, let's just do. I added this hotwire turbo down there. And then added the action cable source in there as well. This is interesting. Didn't have that before. And that's now at hotwire dash turbo rails. What was it before? If I do git, I can look at the config. turbo-min.min.js. I'm very confused as well as to where Turbo min.js is in my project. Obviously we now have this vendor folder with a bunch of stuff in it, but there was never any Turbo min.js in there. How to use Turbo 8 beta. So I should have just read the fly.io articles. There's got 8 gotchas, right? Okay. Don't scroll preserve things. Okay. There are 2 scroll properties instruct also how to behave when you click a link. Don't preserve all of the things, okay? Resets the default behavior, it's what I've always been using. When the page loads, the viewport stays put. Means if the properties are mistakenly set on the content page and the user clicks a link on the footer, they would continue seeing the footer as the above content all gets updated. Keep scroll resets the default. Make sure you manually test the pages where scroll preserve is set to ensure it's behaving the way you intended. Okay, interesting. Autofocus attribute can unexpectedly cause the page to jump when a morph is applied. Interesting as well. Add a data turbo permanent attribute to a form, inputs, and other HTML elements you want to preserve between refreshes. We just need to make sure we're keeping an eye on caching. Rails meta tags don't appear when they're called in views. Okay, so we need to make sure we call the content for head block. In your layouts, the turbo meta tags won't show up. I wonder why settings aren't being picked up. Turbo refreshes with method more role preserve. Will append a tag in your content for block. We have some content for blocks, right? We kind of have well, we yield the page header, we yield the toolbar, a bit confused with what they're suggesting here, like what's going on. Removes requirement to have content for head in the tag of the Rails application. So developer will just add the turbo meta tags. This means developers can do this instead of this, and prevent confusion like this. You might place them at the top and know those will land in the head section, maybe on turn to head. Turbo meta tags. Yeah, that's a bit weird. I agree with that, because like if what's he done? Just created a drive turbo meta tags just called content for head. It's like, well, if you've got other stuff in the head, then that's a little odd. All it's done is alias the method. If he has missing documentation for new tag methods. Okay, fine. So yeah, so content for head is basically a thing that should be done. I don't know if yield head or content for head, but I feel like it sounds like we're heading towards a world where that is something that you need to do anyway. Ideally with a equals mark there. Okay. Slow down the environment to see loading states. The turbo cable stream source tag can break grid and flex layouts. Because yeah, it's a thing on the page. So just put it in a place where it won't break the page, you know, probably a good idea. And then lazy loading content still has its place. Yes, it does. Okay, fine. Turbo 8 in 8 minutes. Install the Turbo 8 beta. I think actually, so I did the import map thingamabob, but actually I kind of feel like I probably shouldn't, because I think those vendor files should go. And actually, if you look at what this does, there's no version there. It just says at hotwired turbo rails to turbo.min.js. I think that turbo.min.js is in the bundle of turbo rails rather than this. So actually, I don't need to. I just upgrade the bundle, and the import map does the mapping for me. So it means I kind of want to undo this change. I don't know what whether I get help. How do I guess I want to check out the question mark is what I should have done. Staging, unstaging. I want to check out the commit under the cursor. Yeah. Okay, so just doing undo in there. Get rid of that. And I just need to delete those files. So vendor hotwired turbo rails. If I do Control J, and do space PV, do actually space PF vendor JavaScript hotwired turbo rails, and then space PV. So turbo rails, delete that one. Turbo, yes, delete that one. And the rails actual cable, yes, delete that one. Git. Yeah, so that's gone back to what it was. And then I think all we actually need to do is call bundle install, like it says in here. I can do, or I update the thingy directly, same file, and then we will do beta 3, I think is the version. Oh, it's 2.0, isn't it? Dash beta 3. 2.0 beta 3. Fine, good, sounds good. Then we will save that file. Beta 3. Bundle install. Good. So that should now be version. We should be using turbo rails. A refresh, edit. I can navigate round still. Where's 25th Jan, that one? That still takes me there. I guess if I really wanted to see what it looked like in a few places, I could delete that test recording. Meet with speakers, edit the transcription. I can go in there. Edit. Update. That's the problem, but that's fine. We're not fixing that problem right now. It all seems to still work with that new version of Hotwire Turbo. Is there now some stuff in here? Not that I see. I don't see anything. But that might be because I'm not using it right at the moment. We've done that. First thing you'll need to add is the head. There's another one that says don't do preserve and everything, and then this says preserve and everything. This configures the behavior of Turbo 8 to morph the page and preserve the scroll position. The old behavior would reset. So now I go head application layout. Undefined method turbo refreshes with. I'm going to have to make sure now that I've run bundle install. Need to control C and spin that up again, and that might have been why I was missing some things in the head. Yep. Now if I inspect elements and like look in here, there is a couple of things. Don't know what Fido is. A lot of link tags there. I don't really feel like I need to preload all of those. Let's record a macro for Q. Oh. Q P. I'm going to record on the P key. I'm going to go to the end of the line and set preload to false. Q. And so if I now press at P, I really should have done that in the thing. So if I do, well, I leave P in there, and then if I do Q N, we're going to do at P and then move down one and then Q again. So now I can do at N. 2 at N. Let's just do 10 at N. I don't know what rope sequence is. I'm guessing that's for tip tap. Stimulus use will leave in there. Filterable JS will leave in there. Post hog JS, the request rails will leave in there as preloading. App signal needs to be preloaded. So now if I look in the free in here, there's a lot less. Most of them are just assets that we already have. A couple of them are app signal. Oh, okay, fine. And then yeah, so that's now in there with the turbo rails stuff. If I click around, still seems to work. Everything still works there. Let's go back into the meeting that I was working on. Okay, good. And then what else does this say? So we've done that. We are going to do a turbo stream from. In fact, let's just do that now. So we're going to go to the meeting show page. And I think we'll just do stream from the meeting. And then when we go here, we inspect the page. Should say there's turbo cable stream source. It's in there. It's kind of got no height. It's just secret. And then I think what we'll do is we'll go on broadcast refreshes on the meeting. It has all of those things, and it broadcasts refreshes. So, now if I delete the recording, click choose file. If I refresh again, or just make sure it's open, loaded, open, create recording, analyzing audio. Now I kind of don't know whether to refresh it manually or whether to just leave it. We'll give it a moment and see. It's supposed to, unless there might be something I've forgotten. Probably something I've forgotten. Let's leave that tab there. And I'll open it up quickly, just in another tab to see. It also says analysing audio. Fine. Well, it seems a bit odd to be analysing audio for that period of time, so let's just see what's going on. Interesting. Oh well, we've got an error here. That what happened here? No live threads left. Deadlock fatal. Interesting. Well, it's kind of stuck on analysing the audio. Are we? I don't think we are. We're reporting front-end errors, but I don't think we're reporting development errors to app signal. No, it's not seeing any of these. What's going on here? What have we got? So insert solid queue jobs. Purge job, active storage purge. Okay, because we need to clear stuff out, right? So it's going to do that there. And then it added a new job, which was broadcast stream job. I guess because it's, you know, refreshed. Then there's another one. And then there's the insert into the recordings. Insert a job. This is the analyze job. Queued the job, which was the analyze job. And queued it, but did it do it? I don't think it did. Solid queue claimed a job. What job did it claim? I don't know. It loaded the audio, maybe. Insert into solid queue jobs a save point. I don't know what it's doing. And it claimed a different job. And then this job, it decided it failed. We are doing the touch true, right? I wonder if I needed to give it a bit more processes, maybe queues. More threads. Doesn't seem like the audio is getting analyzed. Solid queue could not obtain a connection from the pool. All pooled connections were in use. I wish I could get more visibility into like solid queue. We're planning on releasing a dashboard called Mission Control. The bit that I'm missing, you know? I want Mission Control. Yeah, I feel like we're cutting edge with solid queue maybe. I think I might switch. It did get done in the end, but well, for first, perhaps I think the problem is I just don't have enough balls, connections. Probably needs its own database connection. Coming very soon. I understand what there's 3 types of processes in solid queue. Workers are in charge of picking jobs ready to run from the queues and processing them. They work off the solid queue ready executions table. Dispatchers are in charge of selecting jobs scheduled to run in the future that are due and dispatching them. This is simply moving them from the solid queue scheduled exceptions into the ready executions table so that workers can pick them up. They do some maintenance work related to the current and currency control. The supervisor forks workers and dispatchers according to configuration, controls their heartbeats and sends signals to them to stop when needed. Start when needed. I haven't set a configuration. Everything's optional, no configuration, 1 dispatcher, 1 worker. I'm probably going to need a few workers. Time interval. Okay, fine, let's go config. Huh, there is a default file here. Let's uncomment it all. Batch size, default's 500, polling interval is 1. Queues can just be asterisk to all queues. Threads, the max size of the thread pool that each worker will have to run jobs. Each worker will fetch this number of jobs from their queues at most, and will post them to the thread pool to be run. Default's 5, only workers have this setting. Processes, this is the number of worker processes bought by the supervisor with the settings given. By default 1, more than 1 CPU core to a queue. There's threads and processes, right? Threads, what's the default for threads? 5. So I can have five processes with 5 threads, I guess is how that works, essentially. Close that down and start it up again with that new config. Yes, now I have 5 workers. Each has a pool size of 5. So if I now refresh, delete the recording. Choose a file. In fact, before I choose the file, let's give us some space. We create the recording. Analyzing the audio. Claimed one job. I kind of want to see the report about the analysis. I'm not sure what's going on here with this save point thing. Again, I refreshed manually and it updated, so where did it do the analysis? Analyze job is there. For this, put it into solid queue jobs. Something then put it into the executions. It then enqueued the job. Enqueued that job to solid queue with those arguments. The worker claimed a job. And then we're like down here, right? So at some point in here there is the refresh. You know, it didn't seem to. Turbo. How do I know which version I've got, you know? There is a stream action there for refresh, so that should do that. Am I seeing anything in the network like when this happens? So I'll delete the recording. I'll clear that out. I'll go in here, upload a file, clear that out again, create the recording. I guess what I'm expecting to see is like the WebSocket connection have some stuff. In fact, if I refresh, again, it's there. So if we go WebSocket, cable, messages, right? Here's the WebSocket. There's a ping there. I go in here, upload that, create the recording, and then have this come back. Can I see in here? And this says turbo stream refresh, right? There's also that refresh as well. Cable. Okay, there's the new cable. I've subscribed. I go in here. I do this. I press this button. That's one refresh. There ought to be another refresh, which is the weird bit. The recording should touch that. This should be touched by the... Is it being touched by that? Is really the question. Maybe I can render like the recording dot updated at time. Why is it now? There we go. There's the time it was updated at. Recording's gone. No. Go in here. We upload this. 14:16:04. 14:16:05. So it was very, very quick. If I go in here and do a longer recording, takes a little while longer. 14:16:17. 14:16:22. There is a period of a few seconds. 34. 36. And I'm having to manually refresh. But the fact it's updating this tells me that, yeah, okay, so it should be. Meeting show. What about the meeting? Can I... Or I render this, can I also render the... Hey, thank you for the follow. Cami Norican. Thank you for the follow. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Meeting.updated at. Why is it taking so long to refresh it? I should put those in the end of the line. We will change this. The end of the line. We'll change it. We'll do P, Control Y. What on earth am I doing here? Okay. I should get some separate lines. They have different times, and that's not helping. Touch. The recording is getting touched by the file, but the recording isn't touching the meeting. Belongs to touch. Touch. Books updated out. Set touch to true, then the updated out or updated on timestamp on the associated object will be set to the current time whenever this object is saved or destroyed. So that's what I've got, right? In this case, saving or destroying a book will update the timestamp on the associated author. You can specify a particular timestamp attribute to update. Interesting. This is getting touched because the timestamp changes, but I would have expected the timestamps to be identical. If I just delete again, we'll go through the flow. So I add the recording, create the recording. They both have a very similar timestamp. I refresh, and it still has the old timestamp. Interesting. Definitely not updating. Got a lot going on. Let's close some of these pages that aren't relevant anymore. This one. You set, so that's an interesting, like touch on has one. So it will update the account whenever the supplier changes. Makes sense. Let's see if ChatGPT has any suggestions, any ideas. We'll go on here and see, what do we want to say? We want to say we're using we're using Rails. We have a meeting model, which has a recording model. When the recording changes, it is supposed as touch true. So we can give it a bit of this, I suppose. You know, that's what's going on there. And so it has that. The recording has a file. Line, I'll grab that. Storage attachment. There's one file. When the file is analyzed, what happens? When the file is analyzed, we get information back. And the recording is touched. I noticed it's updated and has changed. But the meeting doesn't get touched. Does it not? I thought it does. Rails, models, up, like propagate up to top model. Isn't that how the kind of Russian doll catching kind of thing works? Like, isn't Rails Russian doll caching? Is that not how? Like the product, like the variant belongs to a product, it touches that. touch through. Touch all. It's just all of the things. I thought it was supposed to go all the way up, but I can't find any examples that kind of illustrate the multi-levels. Recording has been saved since it has changed, so the that's the end of the music. Let's go find another one. Okay. So just the actual save operation might not be happening, and you know, this might be coming back to that original thing that we looked at around active storage analysis. Record is not touched. It is touched, but it's not touched in the same way. Right now, when an active storage attachment changes, the record is touched. Yeah, like, let's do, so these obviously have different dates there. Let's just do, a quick change over here. Control B free. We can go Rails C. Let's go meeting.touch. Meeting.last, right? That will be nil apparently. Meeting.fi. Oh, okay, because I need to set the account. Current.account is equal to account.first. Sure, you know, that's not the right account. Account.all. The account email needs to change, but that's fine. Account current. Okay. Account dot. I guess I can do current dot account dot email, or just update the email becomes the current dot account dot users dot first dot email. Current dot account now uses the right email address. Exit out there. And we'll go back into that. And what we was doing current.account is going to be equal to the account.first. That will now mean that we can do meeting.last, which gets us the meeting we're dealing with. We'll call that M. And now we'll do m.touch. So it didn't refresh this anyway, but oh, maybe it did. Yes, it is live refreshing. So that timestamp there is changing. That is now that. If we did m.recording, you can see what that is. We touch that. Both update. If we go back and find, we don't really have a transcript to deal with right now. But yeah, it's quite clear that it updates this, it doesn't update up. Let's pay for a transcription. If I pay, you know, we'll use our super secret card number. You know, and we'll kind of go finish that, whatever. And now we have the option of generating the transcription. I think we're gonna quickly, I'm gonna yank this out, and I'm gonna go to the meeting show page, and we're gonna put it like up here. For trying to work out where this goes. It goes here, right? Goes right there. And we're also going to grab this one and put it right there. And then we'll also do at meeting.recording. And then we'll grab those two and we'll yank them, and then we will put them there. And we'll delete that one. And then we'll fix that up. So it should look the same. But if I generate the transcription, being a bit slow, and I'm guessing maybe because I've got a worker, it's been slow since I put the worker threads up to 5. Maybe I just don't have enough CPU utility to do that. Although the stream seems to be okay, maybe that's fine. Transcription data, yeah, let's see that as well. We should have 3 things on the next page. Refresh. Okay. They all updated at the same time. Okay. Something weird. I think I need to solid queue, perhaps bring this down, change the end of the line. We'll try 2. That was better than 1, right? Is this gonna be quicker? Rail C. Current.account account dot first, and then we will do m meeting dot last, m dot touch, time update. I do m dot well, actually, if I just do transcription dot last, you know, I'm also thinking maybe the problem here is the current account isn't set when it's doing the active storage analyze job. Yeah, because all of those got updated. And so I think the only way that that meeting isn't being updated is because the analyze job doesn't have the context of the current user. And I think that makes sense, because I think in my generate minutes, not there, jobs, generates minutes job, my application job has the account scoped thing on it, but I don't think the active storage job and the analyze job is gonna have that. I don't know, is it analyzed? It probably was in here. Analyze job. And so because of this, it doesn't have context of what meeting. Found the issue. Meeting is as a default scope for the current account, and in my application job I have a concern that extends active job to ensure the current account is set from the set when the job is created and loaded in. This doesn't happen in analyze job because it inherits from active job base, not application job. So what do we do? Perhaps there's a way of adding this account scoped into analyze job or the job base. This is what I have in application job. This is the module. Is there an easier way to just add this module to extend the current analyze job class. This feels a bit weird. I don't know if I like that. I think that would work. I just don't like it. That makes sense. You know, just not feeling it. You know. Not feeling that approach. Not feeling it, you know? It's not. You know, what were they suggesting here? They were doing like Q adapter and Q, but like that isn't job context middleware. That's not right. You know, maybe I guided it a bit too much here. Sometimes I could just be like, hey, here's what I've got. You know, what do you suggest? Because I kind of put it in a direction and I'm like, no, I want it to have a bit of a direction. But we'll see what it says. Could monkey patch. That is kind of what we were suggesting before. Like that is probably the option. It is somewhat invasive, you know. It's a good word. Invasive. Do we like it? Not really. We could do it, but you know. Okay, like custom analyze job. How do we configure active storage, active support concern? We have a concern. Perform before analyze, you know, like actually that's probably not the worst. Not scope. Tell me more about how to choose a custom analyze job for active storage. Analyze. You know, I just don't really feel like that's going to have a config for it, you know. I feel like it just is. Yeah, we're just monkey patching something else, you know. So actually I feel like we should just monkey patch the thing. This I think could probably just be in an initializer, right? So I think that's what we're gonna have to do. Initializers. And then we'll just create a new one, which is like patch account scope jobs. You know, like, hey, by the way, analyze job, include that. And I think that'll probably get us most of the way there. Analyzer. Yeah, okay, so here's where the name of things maybe doesn't quite match up. Active storage. Analyze job. You know, there is... Didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I did not. Active storage. Analyze job. Dot include. You know, perhaps there's something I have to do around this. You know, Rails dot application. Yeah, it's literally what it's asking us to do. To prepare, do. You know. And then we'll bin dev on that and see if that works. Looks like it's loaded up there. It's claimed a job. Don't know what job. A job. You know. We will, I guess, delete the recording. You know, that's fine. And then we'll try and upload a file again. We'll go hello cutie pie. We'll create that. Beautiful. That was the main problem. The active storage analyze job didn't have our little concern that makes sure the account is set and therefore the meeting could not be found. Solved it. Let's go back to full screen. Sweet, so that is all good. That's all groovy. If we go back to here, we can exit out there. We don't need that anymore. And also we don't need this one anymore. So that kind of deals with that issue. We don't show you the pay button until we finish analyzing. And as soon as we finish analyzing, you can see the pay button. That's nice. I like it. If we go to meeting show, I can now clear out some of the things that we added. Oh, getting a bit too trigger happy on the old delete keys there. If we do space PS, we'll see what we've changed. So we added this new file. I don't think we need to keep that file. Let's go to it. You know, there we go. That's that done. Space PS. So we added a new initializer. I want to rename that, I think. It'd be like initializer. scope, patch jobs with account scoped. You know, initialize account scope jobs maybe probably made sense now I'm thinking about it. Account scoped jobs.rb. Initialize the account scope jobs, and then you go in here. It's like an analyze job includes the active job extension for account scoped. Okay, cool. So we've got that I'm happy with. Let's just do that later. So that's there. That is now consolidated into that one file. Solid queue now has a little bit more extra worker process. Import map changed massively. That's actually because I went in and preloaded a bunch of stuff to preload false, because I just didn't need them all being not preloaded. And then we have the meeting. Cool. Move some stuff around there, tidied up. Turbo refresh, morph, touch, broadcast refreshes. We upgraded to Turbo Rails 2.0. And if we go into Git, and what did we do here? Well, one of the things we were actually working on doing, I'll close these other things that we've got, was actually fixing this kind of reloading the error when trying to check out before the audio is analyzed. And actually, I believe we should have also solved this problem where reload meeting after payment completes. Kind of. There's another problem that I do want to solve there, but we have definitely solved this one. So we will kind of solve it by number 5. So what do we do here? We fixed a bug. Prevent payment from payment flow until audio has been analyzed. You know. Oh, and we'll also say that this fixes number 5 and partially resolves number 6 as well. I think it was number 6. This one? It's actually number 4. Okay, number 4. Will now refresh when it is changed. Push that. I don't know why I put a full stop on the end there. That's actually kind of annoying, but hey, never mind. I don't normally put full stops in, so I think it's because I did the new line. And if we look on issues here, well, it's closed it. It shouldn't have done that. It should not have done that. I said it partially solves number 4. It kind of does solve number 4. We do kind of have a new issue, which I need to log, which is follow on from number 4. And we are going to have ads in about a minute's time. I'm just running ads automatically on whatever Twitch's schedule is, just to make sure that no one gets any pre-rolls when they join, because I hate pre-rolls. But I feel like I always say that. So let's see. So one of the issues here is when asynchronous payment flow, it feels broken or unclear as to whether what's happening. Page will reload now after the payment completes, but after finishing the Stripe checkout, the user will be returned back to the same page and still have a button that says pay. The button should disappear and instead a message should inform them that payment is processing. So that is another issue that follows on from number 4 that we need to solve. It really shouldn't take that long to refresh locally. I don't know why it is. app.musterminutes.com. Did that build? It did 2 minutes ago. If I go onto EU post hog, one of the things I actually can do, I go into production and I go to the feature flags. I actually can edit this feature flag. So we're going to enable it, but we're also going to say that the user email contains @musterminute.com. No? And at the moment that will be all users, but actually if someone else joins, they won't be able to access it. So now I can refresh here. I have access. Someone else on a different email address tried to sign up. They wouldn't have access to the pay button because, again, there's some issues with it right now. We're going to delete this. We're going to choose a new recording. We're going to see how this works. Analyzing audio. Cool. So the refresh there worked. Turbo morph worked. What's this about? You know, like we didn't see that in the versions we had earlier. That was odd. Turbo refresh does the email protected thing. I don't know. I'm actually going to take a break as well. I didn't think about this. Should have done, but I'll be right back. And I am back. Let's see. Okay, what was we up to? Had a weird issue actually, didn't we? We saw that like when you delete the recording, you add a new one and create recording. Okay, that was fine. But then on production, email protected. You know, what's that all about? That's odd, you know. Like when you delete the recording, I feel like there's like a double refresh as well, right? Because we're redirecting you to the page and also doing stuff. So the email's there, I go in, I create the recording, email protected. Also, what's app signal saying about this? Really minor thing that really is bugging me. The names between these two dashboards. Should have a space or should not have a space, you know. Don't be inconsistent. Active job, you know, like processed 4 jobs. I suppose we did like 2 of them broadcasting stream. One of them is purge, you know. And then perform for the analyze job. Okay. We can't be doing this. That's a bit weird, isn't it? If I edit this, oh, that's it. That's some tests, so it's gonna be fine. So like here, edit test. Because actually, I don't think that this does modify the meeting, right? If I refresh this and do test 2. Is that on the meeting or is that on, how does that work? Meeting meta controller. It does update the meeting. Okay. So this is directly updating the meeting, but then doesn't cause the refresh. But then these things down here, email protected. You know, that's odd. So authentication 0 is the library we used here. And I'm not really sure what this, what did it say? Email protected? Email protected? Maybe we don't need the, email protected. Rails email protected. That's ChatGPT. I'm using Turbo Rails with Turbo 8. Do page refreshes now. But there's my application layout seems to now get the email protected. You know, I'm curious, you know, like, okay, there is current user there. Let's see. So, do all. Well, fetch fetch /xhr. Let's choose a new file, right? We'll go. There's a lot going on. What are all these requests? Oh, these are all post hoc. Yeah, every time I click something, post hoc's like, hey, post hoc. So I did the recording, you know, the VOT found this, so it loaded that, and then I got the refresh, and the response in here, you know, the response from here had a header, and somewhere in here, email protected. CF_email. You know what? CF_email. What is this? What is Cloudflare email obfuscation? By enabling Cloudflare email address obfuscation, that's a horrible word. Obfuscation. By enabling it, email addresses on your webpage will be hidden from bots, keeping them visible to humans. So it's not visible to me. I can see your obfuscation. So I think what's happening is that CF email malart, this ain't me. Cloudflare. Yep. Scrape shield. To prevent from obfuscating email addresses. I mean, I just don't need it on an app. There's just no reason to obfuscate from a bot. Quite useful, but I don't need it for this specific application. And so, do I disable it, or do I put this weird comment into the page? This is the problem here. Return email addresses in JSON format for AJAX calls, making sure you return application/JSON. And so I need to figure that out, you know? I'm just going to bring this over here quickly. Cloudflare, I'll log in and then figure some details out, and then I'll bring it back to you guys. Master minutes over here. So what do they say? They say that I can go to the scrape shield. Where's the scrape shield? Down here. Add a configuration rule. Customize these settings by hostname. Correct rule. Disable email enable address obfuscation. This will match all traffic. No, custom rule field when the URI the host name is equal to app.musterminutes.com. I think it makes sense on the marketing page, maybe. Like, hey, like maybe if there's stuff on there that will make sense at some point. So we'll do it specifically for this domain in case there's other stuff at some point that might have emails. So if it's equal to that, then email obfuscation off. And then we'll deploy. And so when we go to the scrape shield, supposedly it's off. So now if I delete the recording, create the recording, that's all still working just right. We've solved that problem. Beautiful. That was a weird one. I didn't expect Cloudflare to do that, but hey, I guess that's quite useful. Cloudflare does do some useful things, you know. It's a nice piece of kit to have. So we can close that now. We are now in the next stage, which is this. I think it's going to be hard to test this. There's the Stripe initializes pay, and so we have a checkout fulfillment processor webhook in here. And checkout fulfillment processor. While I'm thinking about this, I'm actually really curious about the A-Rails gem itself, and one of the things it's doing, which is there's a controller for webhooks, Stripe, and I'm actually kind of curious as to what they do here. So obviously they have the create. I guess that makes sense. You're posting to this endpoint. Queue event, verified event, delegate listening, creates a webhook in the database, tells it to process it, perform it later. Because I kind of feel like webhook listener is something that's quite useful anyway. Because I do quite like this webhooks, not that one, but like the initializer pay gem here, where you do like delegator subscribe, pay webhooks delegator subscribe. What's going on there? I'm guessing that's a model webhook. Is that in lib? A webhook delegator, webhooks delegator. I feel like that could be extracted out into its own separate thing at some point, then other people could use it. Having a nice DSL for being able to subscribe, because I currently have this. Well, I currently have the other webhook, which is in like this one, and this kind of works. Kinda. I don't really like it. It's a bit of a mess. Anyway. So the idea here is that there's potentially 2 events that could come through, and when we do it in production, there typically is. Hey Rails, let's just take a look at this actually. There is something I do want to read in here on top of what we've mentioned already, which is if I go to this, is that going to take me to the right place? Yes. Type checkout. There's Stripe checkout session completed, and there's Stripe checkout session async payment succeeded. In development, I think payment, like this payment status is marked as paid in the immediate completed, and actually we never get an async payment succeeded event. And the delayed payment is the key part there. So just Stripe test payment details delayed payment. Is there a way of forcing the delayed payment? Delayed. No. Delayed payment. Async. In live mode, refunds are asynchronous, so I don't really care about refunds. I want card by brand, Visa. Stripe async payment cards, like which cards have okay. Perhaps it's like asynchronous success. So like you use this card. If you initiate a refund, its status begins as pending. Sometime later, its status transitions to succeeded. I don't know. Let's see. If I click pay. Go into here. We'll use that card. No, we're not in Ecuador. No. It's done it straight away. If I look in here, I guess what I really need to do is log the events that are coming through. Puts the event, and then we'll just do create a new line. And then let's do those side by side. Actually, I think we can do wide side by side, you know. We'll delete the recording. Don't know why it's taking so long. Shouldn't take that long. Okay. We will click a recording. Shows no file. Click create recording. Analyzes the audio. And then the audio finishes. Took a little while that time. Something going slowly. It does seem like there's some sort of like memory leakiness. Oh yeah. Right. So follow on from number 4. Page will now reload after the payment completes. So we're here, right? What do we see when we pay normally? We go in here. Oh. Hey. I mean, this is because the job failed, right? Undefined constant, solid queue, failed, in queue job. So we get the payment email comes through. Again, I don't like ready execution failed, initialized constant solid queue, ready execution. This feels more of an issue with solid queue than it does with the ting, you know. I guess we can go back and we'll just see, like, maybe there was an issue with this event.type, and so we can just maybe go back one, delete to the quote mark, save that, or just put the event out. Putting the event out should be okay, I would have thought. Again, like it's running slow. What's going on? Ruby. Doesn't see, like, there's obviously a lot of stuff, but if I delete the recording, go back here. So it said claimed 1 job. Does that mean it's done, the job? I don't really know. A refresh. Claimed 1 jobs, but then crash. Like what? And then restarts the worker. Okay. We go in here, we pick our recording, we click create recording, analyzes the audio, marks as paid, done. We're kind of got to this stage. We click pay. We're in this stage. We paste in our card information. And then pay. And that's what I wanted to see, you know, like I don't know what's going on, but fulfillment event received. We obviously get a bunch of data come through. This fulfillment event is just our checkout session complete. You know? So we've finished our checkout session. But and it marks the payment status is paid. So that's it. We don't expect to receive another event. Get to the full screen and then we switch, and then we go over here and yeah. Payment succeeded. Check out async payment. It's not really. Check out async payment succeeded. It's that one. Oh, so I can trigger the event myself manually. Check out session has successfully been completed. I need to read the API docs a little bit for this. See what's going on. What's happening? Checkout session. Right. I get that, but you also have this concept of like async payment. Occurs when a payment intent using a delayed payment method. Delayed payment methods Stripe. Do I just pick one that's delayed? Guide to types of payment methods. Cards immediate. Except I used a card yesterday to pay, but it was delayed. Delete recording. Create a new recording. Analyze the audio. I can click pay. Takes me to the Stripe checkout. Is there other ways I can pay? No. Just card. I mean, I suppose what is happening potentially isn't so much. It depends. If the delay is very short, then it's probably not an issue. I might actually have to go and just do the checkout on just see what it's doing. Perhaps we can also check app signal and see what it did yesterday when I did the real payment. Is my internet just slow in general? Like, what's going on? production. All logs. 25th of Jan. This is the last 4 hours. So we're going to pick a custom range. We want to look at yesterday. When would it have been yesterday? Well, I kind of had dinner maybe around, what was it, 7 or something? It probably wasn't until, I don't know, I would have wrapped up by, I think it was actually 8:30 or something, somewhere about that time. Yeah, coming up to 8. Didn't really do much after that. Perhaps you could just search like Stripe in that range. Yeah, so that would have been a live ID. I'm just going to go there. I'm just going to read this to make sure I've not leaked something super secret. I don't think I have. But, you know, thought I'd just check and read this carefully since I am looking at these logs. You know, there could be something in there that is super secret. Well, that log up there is actually a test credential. And then this one down here is a real credential. But that's fine. I don't think there's anything in there that is secret. It has to be secret. No, that all looks good. I'm curious. So this is what? This is the session completion event. Like I look into it, it says object is event. Object inside of that is a checkout session. Usually that has an action or something of the like next to it, which I'm expecting to see. Like complete, status complete, type session completed, checkout, and it looks like it was just this one message. Like I've, oh no, I've got another one here. Checkout session. That's another completed event. That's all fine. And again, completed event. Paid, payment status paid, payment status paid, payment status paid. So it looks like they were coming through as paid in that thing, but it was just super quick. So it redirected me before payment had been processed in the back end. You know, for whatever reason, maybe the back end was busy doing something else at the time, or it did the redirect, showed me the page, and then did the thing. I think we probably need to, when we create the order, before we send you to Stripe, do we mark you as pending then? Or do we just leave it if it's gonna auto reload? The time of this was there. I think we can redirected to Stripe checkout, and then we got a post that included the job, Completed 200 okay. Rendered the thingamabob, you know. And then I tried to click transcribe after refreshing, and it failed because of the other issue I then resolved. So yeah, I'm probably going to leave it as not an issue. I think maybe I'll check. Maybe I'll just run through it in production. Spend another 30p, whatevs. And get it transcribed. Yeah, I think I'll do that. And then we can just see what the flow is like at the moment and if it's a problem. I don't know, because I still feel you could potentially pay twice for the same recording, and I don't have a way of stopping that at the moment. I don't have a way of stopping that at the moment. Let's go back to main screen. We're doing this in the orders controller, right? This is where we create the checkout session. And then we redirect you to the checkout session. I could do something to the recording here. Do checkout sessions have a timeout? Try checkout session timeout. Like, is that a thing? Checkout session. Or maybe there's a checkout session API docs. Configure actions after a checkout session has expired. More parameters. Expires at. Time in seconds at which the checkout session will expire. It can be anywhere from 30 minutes to 24 hours after the session creation. By default, the value is 24 hours from creation. So I create the session. I really should persist the session and then use that session until the point at which I should change the session and get a new one. And actually, can I can list all the sessions. I can retrieve a session. Is the session something that is now checkout sessions? Can I just see checkout sessions in here? Subscriptions, connect, product catalog, blah 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 blah. Sessions, checkout, custom domains, checkout. No, I don't really care about those. Customer, this is in We'll go into test mode quickly. We'll go find, we'll make sure that we're dealing with a customer that has checkout session completed. You know, so there is the event. That is the ID. I think CS underscore is checkout session in test, I'm guessing. So, but there isn't a UI for seeing it, right? But there is a, like, I could go there now, I figure, and retrieve a session, in theory. Let's see. So in theory, I can go Stripe, checkout, session, retrieve, and pass in this. And that is the session, and you can see the status is complete. Okay. Can I also see whether it's expired, maybe? Like if I create a session that never really got finished. Can I see? I mean, I could just store the session reference on the recording. You know? So I just need like a checkout session ID field on recording, and then I can access the checkout session. I can see if it already has a checkout session. I can load that checkout session. I can also go and use that as the reference for like has that person paid. But I'll just have the paid field in there as a thing. There isn't a expired. There isn't expires at. So I should be able to get like expires at. CS, no, CS. CS equals that. CS time dot at CS expires at, and that time was today. I'm guessing that makes sense because I was probably doing this yesterday at that time, right? Like that's a day after. That's the 24-hour mark for when that session. Where did I grab that from? Somewhere? I don't know. That was just some random one in the Stripe dashboard. Stripe.com. Go on the dashboard. Go and test. My customers. I picked a random customer. And then I looked at these and I just picked one, didn't I? I picked like whatever. Checkout session was completed. Which one have I been using? A13. Can I see them from here? No. Annoying. Did I pick the top one? Probably, yeah. A13. Yeah, that one. When was that? Yesterday at 6:44. So yeah, I can see where it's expired, and then I could just create a new session. Did it say something about like creating a new session from an existing session, or is it in here? After exploration, recovery, configure a checkout session that can be used to recover an expired session. Recovery enabled. If true, a recovery URL will be generated to recover this checkout session. If it expires before a successful transaction is completed, it will be attached to the checkout session object. I'm kind of okay with just creating a new checkout session, killing the old one, being like, you know, it's gone. Get rid of it. Fine. Okay, that feels like we've got a plan. We've got a plan on what we're doing. And this will fix this as well. We're actually going to change this. Keep a record of the checkout session. When placing an order. So, yeah, just do that, I guess. The session returned by creating a session can be persisted and retrieved. The session has an expiry time, usually default to 24 hours. While the session is not expired, the order should redirect to the current session. When it expires, order controller should replace to with a new session. I think that makes sense. UI can retrieve. On the UI, we should be able to retrieve the current session, and if there is a current session, then the UI may choose to, and we still have not paid, then the UI may choose to retrieve the session to check whether it is active, current, and still unpaid. Then we should show, I mean, the pay what we show then might be dependent on the status of the session. So that is specifically because there is a aid status is open, you know. The session object, payment status, no payment required, paid, unpaid. Status complete, expired, open. So if it's complete, payment processing may still be in progress. So like if the state is complete, if open, show pay button will direct to order controller and load the current session. If complete, show payment processing. And then if expired, show pay button. If open or expired, show the pay button. Direct to controller, and it will decide the course of action. Like that's either going to be opening up a new session or redirecting you to the current session. If it's complete but still unpaid, if paid, then we might just update the record to paid. You know, if we somehow manage to land on the UI and it's already paid, but the webhook hasn't quite got there yet, then we'll just mark it as paid for ourselves. Those are kind of like the things that we want to do there. And that's going to be a bit more robust then to some of these issues with checkout payment. It mostly revolves around this. We're going to have a checkout session. Checkout session ID, I suppose. I'm wondering about making like a concern that kind of wraps some of these details. Like this product data blob here. I'm starting to see how some of this perhaps comes together now. Like the orders controller can take a checkoutable item. Yeah, that's interesting. If it's checkoutable. I don't know if I want to create the abstraction just yet, but I'm starting to see a possible abstraction where we create a checkoutable concern, which then holds some of these information and has specific methods for defining the kind of line items. The metadata can be done dynamically. That's just going to checkoutable ID, perhaps, rather than recording ID. And then it would have to have checkoutable ID and checkoutable type. And then the product data and like line items would be contained within like the checkoutable item. Yeah, I quite like that concept actually. And then checkoutable item itself would just have the ID. Okay, cool. Let's just write that down in comment somewhere. So checkoutable include checkoutable would give thinking about adding a concern called checkoutable. By including this concern, you would get a method start a checkout session with the page in and the you define the metadata sent to the checkout session would be checkoutable type and checkoutable ID. What else are we saying here? The concern would hold the methods for dealing with the expiry of the session and ensuring you get the correct session when trying to check out. The checkoutable model would need to have 2 columns: checkout session ID and checkout session paid. Because obviously we don't want to call Stripe every time to see whether you've paid. Once we know you've paid, we'll store that locally in our database. We'll keep a record of that. We don't need to go to Stripe every time. I'll quite often use GitHub. I think this is an interesting thing to note. Like, this is a project I'm working on myself, and I'm just adding notes in here to myself. And I quite often work like this, where, like, even though no one else is going to be reading these are kind of notes about how we're going to do this piece of work. Think about adding a concern for checkoutable. I quite like that approach. That feels quite clean. Might be too soon to make that sort of abstraction, but I also think that, like we talked about early on when I was trying to initially set this up, the fact that there's probably other items that I might have at some point that you need to check out. So if at some point I need to make it so that you can check out additional minute generation, like services, that can be, the minutes themselves can be checkoutable, or there could be like a minutes order that could be checkoutable, or we can have a whole order model which is checkoutable, and I can see whether that order has been checked out or not. And so I feel like wrapping up those concerns in that makes more sense, especially since I'm going to have to add stuff to recording. I mean, I might already have stuff on recording. No, I've got duration. But it would be nice, right, if I could just do, not putting a note there, but like if I did include checkoutable. And then this had like, perhaps there's like a, what did we have on the here? So we got like line items, checkout success URL, checkout cancel URL, checkout mode, payment obviously would be fine. But if I had kind of yeah, line items, I suppose. Line items, success URL, and cancel URL. Probably the things. If I had some way of kind of going, checkout, double, trying to work out what I want to do there. Like, is it checkout, success URL, checkout line items? I mean, maybe the default is probably okay, right? Maybe the default is just like, it says meeting URL at the moment. So I'm kind of thinking you probably could do like def checkout line items. And then this would basically return like the information. If I removed that and did I can go up here and grab line items, Shift V, 13J, we'll yank that, Shift V, 13J, yank, Control I. You know, key that in there. Like, actually, this doesn't need the dot recording anymore because it just has access to everything. And also the order controller doesn't need to worry about like some of these details. The order controller just takes a checkoutable thing somehow. That's interesting. How does that build that? How does the order controller just take a random model? I guess the model itself, the URL would probably be like recording / checkout or something. Create a session like checkout on the checkoutable item. Probably makes sense. But I do like this approach where, I mean, the metadata here, I mean, I chose not to do that anyway in the end. The metadata is on the thing, right? But if I needed to, then you'd set the metadata here. The checkout session metadata is to the checkoutable, which is would be the checkoutable ID and checkoutable type. In this case, it would be recording, and then the ID of the recording. I suppose as well, like I could create like a high level checkoutable and then like the recording checkoutable if I needed to move this out at some point. That'd be another option. Quite like that there. Like at recording.checkout line items, basically the same. Yeah, and then this would be checkoutable ID, and then nice. I like that approach. Do I need to leave soon? I need to figure that out. It's 4 o'clock now. I need to have an early dinner tonight. I have a meeting at 6:30, and I've got some other bits and pieces to do. I feel like I'm embarking on a big piece of refactor work here, and I'm not entirely sure how much appetite I've got for that, you know. But right now, we might have to call it. One of the things I'm noticing, I don't know why I'm thinking about this right now, is actually that's weird. I don't know. The text on the terminal is pretty small. I don't know if that's too small for stream. Maybe I'll need to consider that at some point and boost up the font size of things. Makes it easier to read on stream. Oh, I don't need the text to be that small, so perhaps we will boost it up a little bit. I guess we know we can go into here. Let's keep working on it for a little bit longer. I think I can go for 20 minutes maybe. We'll go Rails G migration. We're going to add, you're seeing autocomplete doing some stuff from another project I'm currently working on. So some sneak peek teaser content there. What are we adding? We're adding the checkout session ID to the recording, and it's going to have checkout session ID as a string. I don't know if I need to write the string there, but hey, we'll leave it as is. Migration checkout session ID, add column recordings checkout session ID set to string. You know, that sounds good. It sounds good. We'll migrate that. You know, we'll do a bit of a cheeky migration. Once that's added, we can then go back to our order controller and we get this checkout session. I imagine that is a whole checkout session object. The checkout session object has an ID. So I figure we can probably take our recording and update it and set the checkout session ID to the ID of the checkout session. You know? And so we'll do that. And this is where, yeah, I think a concern probably makes sense. If we went to our recording now, like, you know, I'm going to have to add something in here. What's in here at the moment? We'll get rid of that in a harpoon. We'll add our recording. We'll go to our orders controller. We'll add that as well. We can switch between them very quickly then. And then what are we adding? We probably need a concern. I think we need a concern because the next thing that I want to do, what do I want to do? I don't know. Well, I need to be able to fetch that checkout session, surely. And I guess I could do all of that in the order controller. But probably makes more sense to just, you know, fetch it in a concern that is dedicated to this. I could probably also create the session in the concern then. So let's go again to the recording, space PV, concerns. We'll create a new concern and we will call this concern checkoutable.rb. Module checkoutable. And this is going to include active support concern. And then we'll save that and then we will add that in here. If we press Control E, we'll just move these around. I think orders controller recording, that would do. So there's the orders controller, the recording, which now I think I can go to 19K and we can uncomment that out. And then we'll go back to the orders controller What am I doing? What am I making here? I guess it would be useful to have like a recording dot checkout session that will either get or create the session that I need. I don't want that to work, you know? Let's write the code here first, and then perhaps I move it. Although this is getting pretty long, maybe I do just change it in here, like at recording dot checkout, like create checkout session. Is that something I can perhaps do? And then that would what? And then I do at checkout session equals that, and then we grab this, delete all of that, you know, and then we go to our checkoutable and we paste it in here because we're going to have to put it in here somewhere. I need to brush up on my active support concerns very quickly, so we're going to check out another concern, which was this one: included do before create, and then these class methods set public ID. Okay, I'm kind of, that reminds me, I think, enough to know. Extend, I should have done extend. That was one of the things I should have done. This word here should have been extend. But I think I can just do def create checkout session. It will error if it fails in any way, and then it will return the checkout session. That should still work. That should still, like, we go in here and click refresh, click command to refresh. I don't know what's going on. Again, I think that is a memory leak. I pay recording meeting. Okay. Again, we can get rid of these now. Check out line items. This, change the end of the line. It's just ID, surely. If I go back, refresh, pay, meeting URL, undefined. Undefined method, meeting URL. I'm guessing it just doesn't have access to the meeting URL. Perhaps I could pass those in as ops, you know. I feel like maybe success URL and cancel URL can come out of there, and we can just delete those, and then we go back to our order here. Order. and then they just do that, you know. Not sure what this line there is about. ICF. And then perhaps this does have to be at recording.meeting. I'm not dependent on the cancel URL, you know, so. Perhaps we'll do that, and then we'll go back into here. Hey. Still works. We've kind of consolidated some of what's going on. We go to checkoutable. There's still some stuff in here that I'm not quite happy with, but this creates the checkout session on the current account payment. Maybe that's also something that needs to be like who's paying, who is doing the checkout session is probably something that needs to be considered in how this checkoutable concern will work. And that needs to obviously become like checkoutable ID. If return private, you know, there might be some private methods here. Has I think maybe I don't think these have to be private. Has checkout active checkout session. Now let's just check quickly. We said earlier that there was like status column, and the status column could be open, expired, or complete. So if it's expired, then we need to obviously but if it's open, so what I kind of want to do, like, has open checkout session. How do we work that out? Well, return false if the checkout session ID is null. Otherwise, we need to go stripe. Probably need to go, yeah, stripe. Checkout session retrieve. And we're not checking the payment status. Session. Actually, we don't need the at there. Session. Got status. Open. Def checkout session. I guess really what we're doing here is like return nil if there's not a checkout session, but if there is, they can be there like that. Like, why not just do that, right? Could I not just do the ampersand? Is that how it works? What's the... I think it's ampersand like that. It's like if it's null, then it's going to return false anyway, because it will return nil. No session. Return checkout session if it has an open checkout session. Why have we signed out? What's going on? So I decide to pay, right? And we get pay slash A1 QE, right? I go back. I'm like, you know what? I've not paid. I'm going to pay A1 QE. It's the same session. We didn't create a new one. I'm going to go back. Again, I don't know what. The back button is going to the wrong place. It's going to localhost as well, which is a weird. And that's why it's redirecting us out, because, you know, it's going to localhost. I go in here, create a new meeting. Thursday 2, feed 2. Create another recording. Analyzes the audio. Analyzes the audio. Analyzes the audio. Analyzes the goddamn audio. Had to do a manual refresh. That's kind of annoying, but I pay. Different checkout session. Click back in back browser arrow because, you know, need to sort the thing out. And I refresh and I pay again. Get a new session. If this becomes expired, which according to our research, expired is a potential status, we will get, you know, a new checkout session. What about, you know, if can we set the expiry? It can be anywhere from 30 minutes to 24 hours. Interesting. But what if we, you know, a bit cheeky, what if we found a session filter? You know, we can't pick the type, but we could go next page. You know, the time's currently 4:25, so we don't have to go a huge distance. But there you go. There's a checkout session that, in theory, has been completed. It's not open, you know. But I could take that test session, and I could, you know, just kind of like go in the database, and in the back end, just sneak it in. Recording.last, you know, that's our last recording. Recording.last.update. The 82 is the recording here. Is that the one that I'm on here? Yeah, A1I. Yeah, that would look right. Check out session ID. Can be that, you know. Ooh. Don't tell anyone. That's the old one. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna pay. A1X2, you know, and actually A1C6. So it recognised that, hey, by the way, that session completed it, mate. What you need is a new session. Now, I kind of don't want to create a session if it's been completed. So We need to check that. What happens if I did go to... Well, first let's, you know, put it back to what it was. Well, we created a new session. It doesn't really matter about the one we had before. We take this ID. Not that ID, but the ID of the one that we saw earlier. This one should have been... no, that was yesterday. This one. A few days ago, you know. And we go in here and we go, you know what, I'm going to take this. I'm just going to swap it out. And just says sorry. Oh. Is that because there is... There's a hash, right? A hash does some stuff. But that's fine. We don't need the hash. Nice. Okay, fine. So it says no. Can't. Soz mate. Soz mate. So we kind of need to do like has closed. Is it closed? Expired, open, paid. 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 It's complete. Complete. As complete. Checkout session. Change. Status. Complete. Raise. Checkout complete. If it has to check out. Otherwise, we'll create a checkout session. We'll update the ID, and then we'll return the checkout session. And so if we go back to here, you know, and go find this checkout session again, and we go control B3. You know, is that what we did before? Yeah. We'll refresh here, make sure we've got the latest. And then once that is done, refreshing, because you know, I need to look into this slowdown. Like it's been slow today. When I click pay, goes, checkout's complete, mate. Completed it. Done it, mate. Bloody done, mate. No, can't complete the checkout because it's done. And I'll delete the recording because, you know, that's now a bit stuck. But if I create a new recording and it analyzes the audio and it refreshes, because that's what it should do. But, you know, who knows if it's actually gonna. I think it struggles a little bit when I have this open to kind of do the things on it's supposed to do. But yeah, creates a new session. And I go back. No, not that back. Different kind of back. CS test A1 F. CS test F1 F. Nice. Cool. That is the same session. That way we make sure that we have the correct session. And we have these. Has open session. Has open checkout session. Has open. Complete checkout session. I guess it would be useful to have one as well for like as expired checkout session. you know, just so we've got the complete set. So returns the checkout session if there is an open checkout session. It doesn't modify. I kind of don't like how, I mean, that's one of the problems. Look, we haven't set our, that's one of the problems we've been having here. But what you'll see here is that doesn't make a difference because I have to delete the recording to create a new checkout session for this recording. I'll choose a file, I'll upload the file, I'll click create recording, analyzing the audio. Again, I don't know what's going on there. Oh no, it's just taking a second. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Pay. Back. Okay, cool. Let's fix that. But if you already started a session, this is like a one-time thing, so I don't really like this success URL, cancel URL being here because it's confusing. Because you look at the order and you're like, okay, cool, I'm creating a checkout session. Create or get. Or get. Retrieve. Active record, create or retrieve. I'm pretty sure that's how they call it in here, right? Create. Or find. There is one that's kind of create or update by. We're not updating the checkout session, we're just finding it. So create or find checkout session. Checkoutable. Or find checkout session. If the session's open, we return the current session. If the session's complete, we raise an error. We can't create or find a session that's been if the session's been completed. And otherwise, we create the session, we mark that in the database, and then we return that session. I quite like that. I think that's quite clean. I think the only thing that I'm a bit not sure about right now is obviously this is specific for recording because of this recording ID marked in here. If I change that to checkoutable ID, maybe that would be cleaner, you know. property of checkoutable type. How would I do the checkoutable type? I just can't remember what the class is. Need to add them via migration, yeah, obviously. Checkoutable type. I was kind of thinking the checkoutable type could be determined on the class it was used in. But you've not specified any self.class.name. Yeah, fine. So then I can, yeah, self.class.name. Checkoutable type. Nice. And then we would go to our checkout fulfillment processor and checkoutable ID. I actually would want to get the type based on I update this. I need to work out what the thingy class is. So it's something like checkoutable class. Let's see what they do. Checkoutable type, checkoutable. Could also just do well, I guess it would be checkoutable class equals that, and then I would change this to the checkoutable class. The only problem here is feels a bit untype safe to some degree, you know. Stripe could just send whatever it wants down. And then update paid to true. It would just error, right? It's not a huge deal, but checkoutable. You know, the checkoutable gets updated, paid. Anything that's currently actively pending payment with a checkout session would, I don't know. Again, being a bit slow on the old processing. Finished yet? I'm going to delete that one. And then we'll see. Gonna restart. I need to figure out what it's going slow. Things/dev. Claimed 5 jobs. There seems to be jobs that are just sitting around undone. I don't know why. Like, it's almost as if there's jobs that are just not finishing properly, not closing down. If I do that, add that in, analyzing the audio, see, very quick that time. I go through payment, I give my super secret payment information. And I get payment confirmation. And obviously this worked as well because we have our generate transcription button showing, which means we marked it as paid as well. Nice. If I went into the database, you know, Rails C, and then did, no, maybe we go recording.last update paid. No, you didn't pay for it. You did not pay for it. But now you click pay. Well, hang on. You have paid for it though. So our UI needs to take care of this situation, because this is exactly the situation that happens when you have a delayed payment method, when you complete the checkout, you can return back to the app, but actually you haven't quite yet got information about the checkout being completed. We haven't actually haven't taken payment yet. But we're in this limbo state, and you've got the pay button, but paid is still set to false. It's not set, and you've got a checkout session, but the checkout session is completed. So this is a situation where the UI needs to deal with, and so this is specifically in the transcription, not in transcription. Got the underscore recording part here, where you've got the pay button. But, and again, these if conditions in here need to get tidied up. I will get to that soon. But if the recording has completed checkout session, else and in this case you should see, again, I don't know why, float down again very quick. Don't know what's going on there. Has checkout session completed, undefined method. It shouldn't be. Should be very much undefined. So very much defined. Has complete checkout session. Has completed. There we go. Payment processing, and that's what we expect to see because we've completed the checkout session. If you didn't have a checkout session because, you know, you've just created it, you're analyzing audio. You get a pay button. You get the pay button because you don't have a checkout session yet. And this is why I think it's important actually to note has complete checkout session, grabs this checkout session, but if there is no checkout session ID, it doesn't do anything. We're not creating a session by default. We're just going to check to see if the status is open or complete or expired, but only if it exists. Otherwise, we just don't do anything. You know, we return nil. That works quite well. And so once we complete the payment, we come back into here. That's finished. That's in here. Generate transcription. But if it didn't get marked as paid straight away, we would have the processing payment, because it might be complete, but it doesn't necessarily mean the payment status has been paid. Yes. And now that I'm looking at this, I'm starting to think, actually, you know, that orders controller, it probably makes sense that there's a view or something associated with that, like the checkout, boarding checkout. Perhaps there's a checkout partial for recordings that I can then render. But I'm quite happy with this. I think it all works. I think we are very close to me having to wrap up as well. So let's see what's in our Git status stuff, because I think if I can just review this quite quickly, we can probably wrap up this segment. So what have we got? We'll mark them all as staged and then we'll go through them. So orders controller. Well, in the orders controller, you know, we cleaned it out quite a bit actually. We just did create or find checkout session. We have a success URL. We have the cancel URL as well, which is, I don't know why it thinks that's so different. I guess because it doesn't have the comma on the end anymore, but anyway. So that's in there. That's cool. Checkoutable is our new concern. Wraps up a lot of that checkout logic in a concern that can be applied to multiple models. We have our recording, which now has the checkoutable. It also has the checkout line items, because that is obviously specific to the recording. Cannot be done in our concern. Our concern expects there to be checkout line items. That would be the checkout line item whenever you did this. So I'm happy with that. The recording itself now has this, hey, is the checkout session complete? If so, payment processing. You know, I think there's another thing in here as well, which is like the paid. But the fact that we're showing this, I'm assuming, means that we're in this flow where we haven't paid. The checkout fulfillment process actually is universal now. I could add another object, bypass, checkoutable to, and this will work with it. Migration as checkout session ID to recordings, and the schema updates because of it. Yep, I'm happy with that. We will, I mean, I don't know what's going on here. We are checking out. We are saying that we are refactor. I think it's refactor code is probably the best bet here. Refactor store checkout session create checkoutable concern. Store the checkout session. Reuse the session if valid. Replace the session if expired. And raise errors if creating a session when its current session is complete. You know? And yeah, I think that might be it. Resolves 7? No, this one? Yeah, that's all done now. Anything else? Sort checkout session, reuse the session if it's valid, replace session if expired, raise errors if creating session. Highlight processing payment if session complete but not paid. And we'll push it. And I think that is that for today. I do have to head off now, unfortunately. We are going to have to wrap it up there. But happy with this. It's coming along nicely. I'm getting in here on some of these issues. Quite enjoying using GitHub here again for some of this stuff. We're also going to have an ad in 50 seconds. So actually, let's just snooze that ad, because there's no point giving you an ad when I'm about to leave. And then I guess tomorrow, it'll be Friday. I don't know what time I'll be streaming tomorrow. I might have to delay it. I might have to do it earlier. Depends. Got some other stuff that I'm hoping to get done tomorrow. So, we'll see. I'm pretty confident we'll have some sort of stream tomorrow. If we do, or whichever the stream is next, I think the next thing to consider might be this removal. I'm really trying to avoid the transcription editor. We'll get to it at some point. But I think the removal process is probably critical. And I'm kind of thinking, hey, like if I can generate the transcription, that's the thing you're mainly paying for, then I can at least always throw you back the transcription we got from AWS at the very minimum, and give you a discount and kind of stuff like that. So if like the service doesn't quite fulfill your expectations, at the very minimum, what you will have is your transcription in a format that you can take somewhere else, because I'm sure there are services. Edit my AWS transcription. Like, I don't know, maybe there's a thing you can do with that file or something. I can figure that out. But, yeah. This is a weird song as well. Not sure what's going on with that. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know where I'm gonna leave it. Perhaps we'll use the usual logout page. I really should use localhost because I'm always logged out on localhost. Anyway, rambling. Goodbye. Thanks.